Masky. Congrats on first. Liminal. All right, there's my announcements. All right, just give me 1 second and we'll be getting started. I just had to stuff some pizza in my face real quick. No, I don't think so. I think it's a fun moment to have a rival. In fact, Joey has done basically exactly that to me. He created a whole NPC designed specifically to negate me. And I had a lot of fun with it. He kicks my ass. It's so much fun. Hi! That's a game where I mostly can just, like, stomp the enemies. So when he introduced a rival that was specifically designed to negate me, I honestly had a lot of fun with it. I was like, finally, a worthy opponent. And then I got whooped. Hi, Sir Pippin. How are you?
So smart has arrived.
I do think it depends a little bit on the player, but I like having rivals, and I think it can be absolutely appropriate. I mean, that sounds fucking awesome. Hi, Hairless. Who are we getting here? Pitta? Hairless, you know we're two separate people, right? Ooh, that sounds pretty fucking crazy. What kind of small chance are we talking here? Like, what's the numbers? I love this song. What's the numbers on that? Okay, yeah, that's absolutely valid. And Hairless, you're not wrong. Liminal whooped that boss fight for me. Yeah, a 100 on a D100 is absolutely valid and fair. If that came up, I'd be so shocked. Like, that's fate, you know? It's funny, though, because, like, some of our friends actually forget that we're different people. Like, like, in their eyes, we're just a unit. And I get it. We have a lot in common, but it's pretty funny when like somebody says something about me and I'm like, no, actually you're talking about Liminal right now. All right. So I got to putzing around with this again. I saved it as a separate work in progress file. and then I collapsed a bunch of the layers and stuff to make like solid pieces that are less editable, and I threw them back into Live 2D and got started on animating this again today, which is actually my, as of right now, it's my fifth like reset of this, basically, where I keep doing it over and over again a little differently each time to kind of learn and understand how this shit works. And I think it's going along well. I didn't get that far into the one I started today because it is a very tedious process. Like, I really can't speed through any of it to try and like catch up to where I was. You have to do it from scratch every time. But I got head tilts. Oh, I don't know if you could hear that, but my neck cracked when I did that. I'm sorry if you heard that. That was kind of gross. I got neck tilts, and I got one of the eyes to have a blink and a wide eye. And then I copy those animations and flip them onto the other eye, basically. And I think once I get putzing with the hair and stuff more, I'm gonna kind of really have this going nicely, because when I was showing you guys the demos I was doing before of like the head turning and angles, there was some funkiness with like how his face looked sideways, and I think the hair is going to cover up some of the flaws that occur, as well as really add depth to it based on how I manipulate the hair too. So I think that's really going to sell the illusion. Ah, Masky, that's rough. I hope they show up soon at least. Sucks that Eos can't make it though. Let me grab my lap desk. Yeah, so I have a post-it note written for myself for what I want to work on today. We need to shade the eyebrows. We need to finish shading the hair, because we just kind of threw like a quick ombre over every piece to add some variation, where we made it lighter at the ends and darker at the roots. And while that's a good way to start it, the lack of variation looks very unnatural right now. And in addition, some pieces are going to be even darker, and some pieces are going to be even lighter based on like their positioning and stuff, and how the light would catch them based on the hair around them. So we're going to tweak the shading on that. We're going to shade the eyebrows. We're going to do what I'm calling shiny layers. We're going to make some masks, and we're going to work on toggle arms as well. I want to do 2 sets of toggle arms, probably a neutral pose like down to the side, and then a secondary pose, which I was thinking of giving him like something related to bartending, since that's Dion's whole thing. Like a couple shaker glasses, or like a rag and a glass like he's wiping it down, or like a bottle like he's measuring out shots. Yeah, the eye bounce is gonna look so good. That's the thing I've like practiced over and over again, because of the way you start these naturally. The eyes are one of the first things you do. I really want like super pretty animated eyes. I really want the jewelry to feel like it has gravity and weight, because honestly, that's like the one thing that really bothers me in the Baldur's Gate 3 cutscenes. If you give your character earrings and they're like literally hanging upside down, their earrings are still straight along their neck, and it looks so silly. I love gravity and physics on jewelry in games. It is underrated, and I trust me, I'm getting bapped in the neck all day by my earrings. It's got fucking physics. Them bitches wiggle. So we're gonna fucks with some sparkle layers for the jewelry, and those are going to be like manipulated separately from the jewelry, but they're going to be masking layers so that they only show on the jewelry. We're gonna create masks to hide things when they're not in view, like the inside of the mouth when his lips are closed. And then Dion wanted us to yell, "It's alive!" So we're gonna do that when we're all done. What's gravity? The attraction between mass that exists naturally. I guess occurs naturally would be better phrasing. Okay. So we're definitely going to need to do some layer organization as well because this file is enormous. It's currently over 13 gigabytes. Um, like, like you couldn't save this to an old iPod because all the bloatware would prevent you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how big this file's gotten. And um I'm going to show you guys the layers before I go fucking around with organizing them because I want to show like how absurd this has gotten as a project, and I feel like showing the layers is a good way to do so. So I'll be camless for 1 second. Hey, Tricky Rick, how are you? So we're looking at our layers real quick. We have our palette layer, we have the original sketch, we have the original sketch of the outfit. We have a few layers that we were using to check our symmetry. And then, so those are all gonna go away. We won't need those when we animate this, right? The project itself is in these folders. Save for these two, this is just background crap to keep our eyes from going tired. So, if we actually take apart these folders here, this is the hair that falls behind his shoulders. And each of these is a group with 2 layers. So that there is the hair behind the shoulders and head alone. All of those layers. Granted, I can definitely combine some of these, but this is what we're looking at right now. Oh, and there's 2 more that I didn't even... So that's the back of the head hair. And then this is the back of the clothes. This is the accessories as they fall behind him. Mac and cheese with tuna. I don't like seafood, so that doesn't sound great to me, but I hope you enjoy it. And then each of these has like a minimum of 3 layers, some of which are split into left and right. So yeah, that... Here we go, there's more. This is the face now that we've gotten to. This is the hair in front of the face. Each of these has 2 layers in it. See? So yeah, like this is what I've been working with. Adventure Maker, hello! Yeah, you can see I have a lot going on here. So yeah, we have a shitload of layers to deal with right now. If I come let's go all the way to the top just to make it easier to see. All right, this is my selected layer palette. I'm going to make a new one. Paint layer 342 is what that's coming up as. That's just the unnamed ones. And you can see the majority of this is named and organized. There's just some pieces I didn't even bother to name. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's gotten pretty wild. But let's see. We wanted to shade out the hair more properly, and I think I'm going to start with the bangs for that and work my way to the back of the head. Gotta collapse some of these so I can work. Okay, now that I collapsed all of that and I can see what the fuck I'm doing again. Too many layers. I'm gonna have to be doing like a huge reorganize of this, combining a bunch of things. I have to be picky about what I combine and what I leave separate for the animation later, so that's gonna take a whole thought process. It's a whole fucking thing. Making VTubers is a whole fucking thing, as we're coming to learn together. So which I fully expected. It's just cool doing it for the first time, you know? It's different. It's different when you actually do it. Thanks. All right, we're going to be working on shading hair. And keep in mind, this is like by section or piece, which I have about 3 to 4 dozen pieces of individually, many of which are overlapping intentionally. So it might be hard to see what I'm doing every now and then, but we're at the nitty gritty details stage. There's not really anything I can do about it. So I'm going to be starting with this little whip of hair right in the front at the bangs. Oh, now my tablet decides to geek out. Hold on. I'm not hairless. That would be hilarious. But this VTuber has cost way too much money for me to prank him with it. Okay, never mind. We were about to get started, but now I'm going to have to close one of my Krita windows and relaunch it because my tablet's geeking out, and that should fix it. And it's going to take a second here because, again, this file is fucking huge. This is a Cure cover, yeah. This is Dallin Weeks' version. Did he release this one solo or with IDK How? This is an IDK How cover. He does a whole mix of like solo work and band work. Okay, you know what? We're gonna have to combine some of these layers before I do this, because it's getting to the point where it's starting to yell at me that the file size is too big. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is just combine all the hair groups, which is the gradient I slapped over it, and the hair piece itself. Okay, there's all the hair files. Let me do a couple. Yeah, I feel like The Cure is one of those bands I need to listen to more. Because like what I have heard, I enjoy, but I feel like I don't know. I haven't listened to a ton of their stuff. Hold on, I think it's. I think it got confused when I relaunched Krita about displaying. Yeah, now we're on the same page. Sorry, guys, just combining some layers because this file's getting too large. Okay, that should be more workable. That would be funny as fuck. I have no idea how I would make that work. That would be funny as fuck, though. Maybe a toggle. Okay, I've cut down the layers by a lot. I just went through and combined some of my folders that I'm, like, content with those, and I know I'm not going to be fucking with them any further. And that cut down on a lot of layers so that we can continue here without me lagging this out and ending up fucking, like, crashing or something. But just in case, I'm going to save it under a different title. Yep. That way, if I do need some separated pieces, I still have them in the other file that I have. Okay, let's get to it. Oh, I also want to do a blush toggle. I need to write that down. All right, added that to my post-it. God damn it, it's still doing the thing. Okay, I'm gonna need a sec. Let me save, close both critters, and just relaunch the whole fucking program, because it's not agreeing with my tablet right now. Okay, there it goes. Okay, that fixed it. I don't know why there's an error every now and then where my calibration gets fucked up in Krita specifically. It's not the tablet, it's the tablet and Krita miscommunicating. So restarting it fixes it. Oh geez, go feed your dog. Alaric, how are you? How was your stream? I didn't get to catch you since you came on like right before I got started. But I hope it went well. Excuse me as I make group layer after group layer. And dude, that's fucking awesome. That sounds so dope. I'm glad you're getting some growth. It's not easy. All right, there we go. Hell yeah. Yeah, schedules are really helpful, I think. When people know when to regularly find you, it really helps. All right, let's start shading the hair on the back of the head. Thank you. Yeah, there's I just made group 401. For reference. I flipped through my layers earlier and it's gotten insane. I actually just had to collapse a bunch of them together to keep the fucking program running while I'm streaming. So I saved it separately in case I need those separated again. I'll have that as a different file. Yeah. I'm running so much shit right now. Yeah, right now we're working on shading hair to bring it back to the black hair color that was requested. Yeah. I have a capture card, but no. this is all I got in terms of rigs. I have a laptop that barely runs. I don't think I could even open Krita on that bitch. Like but this PC is really fucking good at least, so that helps. I'm gonna be taking these pretty damn dark since there's gonna be like behind the head. When there's motion, there's gonna be some areas peeking out, but it should be pretty heavily shaded. And then like these little flippy bits are gonna be peeking out from behind the bangs and stuff, so. Hey, if it works. I could send you the one that I got. I have the name in here, actually, in my soundboard. Nearstream CCD10. It was really reasonably priced, and it does the job just fine. I've had no issues with it. I think it's in my specs if you scroll down. I'm pretty sure I have it written in there too. I have like all my stream tech in there, including like the art tablet I use and stuff. Yeah, honestly, it was a really good price. I ended up asking for it for my birthday, which is how I got it. But like the price is really good. And I've like I said, I've had no issues with it. There might be like a slight delay, but if you're just using it to stream like stuff like art from your crap top, then like that's fine. I mean, I've been using mine to stream off my Switch, and it's been working great. So this is one of the new La Dispute songs. Really fucking good. Yeah, yeah. I bet that doesn't help. Or I mean, you could. Yeah, if it's the on the crap top, probably not 8K. I mean, I only stream what I'm drawing is like huge, but I only stream it at 1080p. So a lot of the details do get lost on stream, which is why I like to zoom in every now and then. I also have like a weird setup. I keep two critters open. And one is the one you guys are watching, and one is the one I'm working on. That way I can keep the camera more steady while I move shit around. Yeah, no, I get it. Like I said, I just had to condense a bunch of this shit because it was starting to get way too huge for me to manage with my streaming shit at the same time. Dion, I just saw you message me. How are you? Ah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've heard of people doing so that way. Although like I said, I'm running off one rig. I just have a lot of monitors is how I manage it. Right now I have 6 monitors in front of me, although one of those is my cell phone because I run my stream on my phone to make sure everything's going smoothly and to have an extra chat window open. And I have one of those as an iPad that I'm presently using as a stream deck, and when I get an actual stream deck, I'm going to get rid of that. Yeah, I really tried to like create a professional look with my streams, and I've been tweaking the shit out of them. And there's a few fancy things I've added recently that I'm like really proud of. I feel like I'm finally 100% on my overlay, and I'm gonna stop fucking with that and start like fucking with other shit now. Yeah. For monitors, I have 2 actual monitors. I have one television and I have my drawing tablet, which also doubles it as a monitor. So so I have that, and then I have the iPad acting as a stream deck, and then I also have my cell phone that I use to keep an eye on my stream. It makes me kind of glad I have ADHD. I think if I didn't have ADHD, I'd be too split. I really fucking am ADHD maxing. Like it's not even a joke. Which scene from Batman which Batman and which scene die on? Because like you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of Batmen with a lot of bat nipples. listen, listen. Oh, have a good food coma. Have a great night, Alaric. Thank you so much for stopping in. Nice seeing you. Yeah, we were talking with PK in his stream about what's the most important things for Batman to have. Like what makes or breaks a Batman adaptation, what Batman needs to be true to Batman versus what we can drop and say it's from certain adaptations. And the bat nipples came up a lot in that conversation. A lot of people were like, is it really Batman if there's no bat nipples? Like like PK was like, "Oh, I want a good Batmobile. They got to have a good Batmobile." And I like the black suits more instead of the blue suits. And I like this. And I'm like, bat nipples. Bat nipples PK. Like, also, he needs a good utility belt. If he doesn't have a good utility belt, is he really Batman? Utility belt in the square jaw, gotta be square. Not too pointy, gotta be square. Yeah, that's a good one. We were even talking like, does he need the emblem on his chest? And we're like, nah, there's plenty of stealth Batmans that still feel true to Batman that don't have the big fucking yellow emblem. And that still makes sense. I prefer a black or gray Batman suit to a blue one myself. The blue was never meant to be blue. It was simply a way to depict shadows on the color black. Yeah. Yeah. And I do agree he needs a good Batmobile. Without a good Batmobile, like, is that even Batman? If he doesn't have a dope ride, is that even Batman? And stop making Bruce Wayne super charming. He's supposed to be fucking awkward when he's not a bat. When he's not, like, in the fucking suit. He's super weird. Yeah, that makes sense. The bat card? I don't know. I don't. Dude probably just carries like wads of fucking cash, and if he gets knocked out and they get stolen, who cares? Who cares? It's not like he can't afford it. I don't know DC as well. I'm more of a Marvel bitch. But didn't I'm trying to it's been a minute. In the Iron Man movie where he gets stranded with that kid and he has to like improvise shit because he's like not allowed to be Iron Man at the time. Doesn't he just like get a shitload of cash and just start spending that at like fucking like Home Depot and Lowe's and shit to like improvise weapons? His improvised weapons, that's one of my favorite Tony Stark movie moments when he's like chucking like fucking Christmas ornament bombs at people, and as they explode, they're creating shrapnel. Fuck yeah! Give me more of that, Tony. I love that shit. I think that was the third Iron Man. I need to watch him again, apparently. Not that I'm complaining. Sorry, Liminal. Thanks for coming in with the band, Dion. My bot's pretty damn quick at getting them, though. Yeah, some of those alt universes are really fucking cool. Um, One of my favorites that I've been bringing up a lot lately is the Marvel AU in which the Punisher becomes Cosmic Ghost Rider and fucking rides a motorcycle around the fucking cosmos punishing people and shit. Shit's crazy. There's also a Punisher AU where he becomes War Machine, which how he talked Tony into that, I got no clue. I wouldn't trust Frank Castle with one of the world's most powerful fucking mech things that's just created to fucking laser people and shit. Like, come on. Crossover of Deadpool and Batman? I don't think so. I don't think so. I fucking love Wade, though. Punisher War Machine goes fucking hard. Goes fucking hard. I just want to know, like, because like if you've only seen the movies, you don't understand how deep Rhodey and Tony's relationship runs. Like they're best fucking bros. There's a reason that Rhodey is the only person he trusts with Iron Man suits. And so like him being War Machine is very significant actually. And so I would like to read the War Machine Punisher just to find out how the fuck Frank got that thing off Tony. Like, there's no way he just gave it to that guy. No way. Because really, one of my biggest pet peeves about the Iron Man movies is how they completely just ignored, like, how Tony and Rhodey actually met in the comics. In the movies, they already knew each other through Tony's business, but in the comics, they didn't meet until Tony was a prisoner of war and was escaping. And the plot line they have in the comics makes their dynamic make so much more sense. Fucking Alfred. That guy's the real badass. I like most of the alternate versions of those characters. The only one I don't really like when they change is Cap. Captain America's history is really really important to me. I don't like when they change stuff about him specifically. Oh, dude, that's awesome. What was wrong with it in the end? Nice. I'm glad it worked out. Dude, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Sounds like a good day indeed. Fuck yeah, bro. Has it been long enough for me to talk about how pissy I am about Daredevil Reborn yet? Are we? I think it's been out long enough that that doesn't count as spoilers territory anymore. I think people have had a chance to see it. The long and short of it is, fuck out of here, Disney. That's like the best way I can put it. Fuck out of here. Dude, seriously. Fucking seriously. What the fuck was that? And like I don't again, it's a writing and direction problem. It has nothing to do with any of the actors. I love the cast. I think they're fantastic. But what the fuck was that? Come on. I'm pissed. Hashtag justice for Foggy Nelson. Can't believe they just did my boy like that. And I fucking guessed that they were going to. As when I heard that Disney was taking it over, I was like, oh, they're gonna do my boy Foggy Nelson dirty. And then what do? They do my boy Foggy Nelson fucking dirty. I knew they were gonna do it. And I was like, oh, I'll give it a chance. Maybe they won't. And they do! Anyway. Disney, hire me. I have 2 brain cells I can clink together. It's clearly better than whatever the fuck you've got going on over there. Diane, respectfully, shut the fuck up. You did not just bring up Velma. Why is Velma always the one who gets done dirty in adaptations? People can't write smart women. I know why, but... Ugh. Ugh. Between the Velma show itself and Mystery Incorporated was a fucking disaster with how they handled Velma specifically. The rest of Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated is fantastic, but Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, their edition of Velma... Ugh, what were they thinking? She's terrible. That's part of why I love to flip this. That's part of why I love Netflix's Castlevania so much myself. The women in that show are brilliantly written. And they're all like totally different individual people who have their own faults, their own strengths. There are women who are intelligent who are handled very well. There are women who are evil who are handled very well. There are women who are good who are handled very well. There are women who are strong who are handled very well. There are women who are strategic who are handled very well. Like, I cannot oversell enough how well they wrote the women in that show. That's actually the whole reason I fucking watched it. My partner watched it. My partner put it on because they love the game series. And I was like, oh, what are you watching? They're like, oh, this show called Castlevania based on the games I love. And I'm like, oh, cool. I don't really know a lot about it, but I'll check it out with you. And I was blown away because the women were so well written. I was like, why can't every show treat women like real people like this show does? I don't want to watch anything else. To be clear, I do not mean Castlevania Nocturne. That shit was ass. That shit was ass. One of the monsters that was created by a monster machine that makes, believe it or not, monsters was just a fat black lady in a bikini. Like, I'm like, that's racist and fat phobic. Let's be real. And they like changed a bunch of the characters for no real reason. Like, some of the changes were in an interesting direction, but it changed their character relationships and dynamics in a way that I think they kind of lost the sauce there. Um it was like, now that they changed these characters, their dynamics had shifted and they didn't know how to work with that. And it's like, then why did you change them? I don't I don't understand. Sam Jackson is a great Nick Fury. Fuck you. I don't want to breathe manually. I refuse. Yeah, I think he's a great Nick Fury. I'm not opposed to character changes if you have a direction to go with it, if you have a story to tell with it. Yeah, you can blame the song. That's understandable. This is Loud Like Love by Placebo for anybody watching back the VOD who is missing context. But yeah, if they understand the character and they are adding to the character's like plotline, motivation, direction, etc., I'm like, cool, I'm all for this. I love it. I think it's great. I think it shows understanding of the character when you can understand them well enough to tell what can be changed and what cannot, and still keeping it in the same spirit as the original character was. Generally, I'm for characters, especially characters as old as Marvel characters, being refreshed and redone. I don't like when they do it to Captain America though, because his history is just really, really key to his character. And when you change him or remove him from that, you've broken him. You've broken him. His history is who he is. Like, there's no separating those. I also know they've done a bunch of I also know they've done a bunch of like adaptations of Tony, and his like OG storyline is still my favorite. Um I feel like every time they try to change him, they try to redeem him at the same time, and I like that he's a shitty person who's a superhero. I feel like when you take away from that, you're losing part of what makes him interesting. And so there's like versions where like Iron Man's a teenager and he's like a young hero, and I'm like, no, I'm not into this. I like the version of Iron Man that was a shitty, awful person until he himself experienced shitty, awful things, and like it forced him to internalize like what he was contributing to. That is so much more interesting than another teenage superhero. Although I will say I took one line from Daredevil Born Again that I think is funny as hell. And that's like, "I aren't you a wee Dickensian lad?" Because Matt Murdock is at the bank when the bank gets stood up by Irish mobsters. And they ask his name, and he says Matt Murdock, and they realize that he's Irish because of it. And they ask about his ancestry, and he's like, "I don't know. I'm an orphan." And they're like, "You're blind, an orphan, and an Irishman who's like in this shitty part of New York? What are you, out of a fucking Dickensian novel? Like, this is ridiculous." That made me laugh. I do agree, Tricky. I think they did generally a good job with the movies. Most of my critiques that most of my critiques for the Iron Man movie are a result of it being written as a one-off and then becoming part of an MCU. Because when they first started it, they didn't know how successful it would be, and they didn't know that it would be launching into a whole MCU. So they made it a complete story, a start to finish, A to B. You know, he gets the girl, he becomes the hero, blah 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 blah. And that makes sense for a standalone movie. But when the MCU came into play, it made it feel rushed. And I think if he hadn't gotten the girl, then there could be more of an overarching plot line. He could have some of the relationships he had in the comics. You could explore more of the plot lines in that. But it kind of ended up feeling rushed because he had to do the hero thing before the movie was over. And then more movies happened. That's my only critique, but it's not like they could look into the fucking future and know it was going to be a huge success and work accordingly to that, you know? But yeah, Robert Downey Jr. is the perfect Iron Man. There's a reason that they made Tony Stark look like RDJ after those movies came out. Because if you're not a fan of the comics, before that, he had black hair and blue eyes. He did not look like Robert Downey Jr. They're kind of building toward Vanessa being a symbol for Lady Death, and I get what they're going for. But again, if he didn't do the hero thing, if he didn't get the girl by the end of the first fucking movie, because it was their first R-rated movie and they wanted to see if it would be a success, they could have had more space to deal with plot lines like that. But nope, now they have this and they got to work with it. Like if, Tony and Pepper didn't get together, you know, we could have had him smooch Bruce. It just makes sense. It just makes sense. Yeah, they did. They did. I thought they still handled his alcoholism pretty well overall. It was very obvious that he was a dysfunctional alcoholic in the movies. Some people thought they underdid it, and I'm like, dude, they showed him wreck his own house and piss himself in his suit because he was so fucking drunk. I'm not really sure how much further you want them to take it, especially when the actor playing him is somebody who has been recovering from addiction for some time. Like, at that point, do you really want to compromise triggering your talent for a slightly worse depiction of it? Like, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I frankly I thought they depicted his alcoholism better in 2 than in 3, cuz when they did 3, it was the whole like he got stranded in the middle of nowhere with some kid, and now he has to build up from nothing, and that was supposed to be an allegory to him getting a conservatorship and having to build up from nothing, which happens in the comics. And they weren't they weren't brave enough to have him follow that heavy of a plot line. Um so they ended up having him like stranded and building himself up from nothing instead of what it really was, which was his conservatorship. And again, if they had fleshed that out more, they could have gone more into why War Machine rose to power, but they didn't. I feel like War Machine has gotten cucked at every turn. War Machine in the SpongeBob chair. Oh god. That chair haunts my nightmares. That chair's my sleep paralysis demon, and Hairless just sleeps with that thing in her room. But yeah, for anybody who's not aware, truly, you're correct on that. For anybody who's not aware, in the comics, I vagued on it earlier that Rhodey and James Rhodes, Rhodey, and Tony Stark met while Tony Stark was behind enemy lines at war. When this first came out, that was the Vietnam War. That is an important specification, in my opinion. It was changed to suit modern propaganda, and that's how you ended up with Tony in Afghanistan. But originally it was the Vietnam War. And in that circumstance, he was not in a suit that was able to fly at the time. Mark 1 was not flight capable. And in the movie, when he escapes the cave and murders all the terrorists, he just flies out of there, and then when it runs out of battery, he crashes, and like American helicopters find him and save him, and he's gone in like 2 hours from when he escaped max. In the comics, he was trapped in his suit. He was welded into it with no way to remove it. And he couldn't remove it anyway because it was the thing keeping his fucking heart beating. Because of in Mark 1, the arc reactor was built into the chest plate. It was not part of his chest yet. That is another thing they did in the movies, where they just put it in his chest in the cave. It wasn't until later that it was installed in his chest. So at the time, it was just part of his chest plate. So he could not take off his armor. And his armor disguised his face. It had him hidden. And it was a one-of-a-kind piece of technology that had never been seen before. So as a result, people didn't know it was him. And as he was leaving Vietnam, trying to make his way back toward American lines so that he could be brought back to the U.S. as a POW, he was being shot upon by Americans, too. That's actually where the majority of his trauma comes from. It wasn't like he got bombed and kidnapped straight away and then escaped. He was traumatized behind the lines, being attacked by both the Viet Cong and American soldiers because they didn't know whose side he was on. And he had to trek his way out of there slowly over the course of probably maybe, if I had to guess, I would say give or take a month. I don't know the actual timeline. I'm not sure if they ever confirmed it. But he was behind enemy lines being attacked by both sides for a decent duration of time. At least a few days and nights. Like at least a fucking week or something. Fake fan, please. And it was there that he met Rhodey. Rhodey was, at the time, an Air Force pilot. And he had downed his helicopter. And he was stranded alone. Everybody else in the helicopter accident had died. Rhodey was left alive, alone, behind enemy lines. And Tony found Rhodey like that. And Rhodey attacked Tony initially, thinking, I don't know what the fuck that is, and I'm behind enemy lines. It's probably coming for me. But Tony talked him down from it and was like, listen, I'm American. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. Can we help each other? And they didn't really have anything else to choose. I love Iron Man. I love Iron Man so much. And so Tony used Rhodey's downed helicopter to charge the Mark 1 while they were stuck there with Rhodey guarding him. And then once it was charged enough, the two of them broke into a Viet Cong war camp, like a camp that they had soldiers at, stole a helicopter and used that to get back to the American side. Again, with Americans shooting at them because it was an enemy chopper. But they realized it was piloted by one of their own and rescued them that way. And removing all of that from the movie by having him just whoop fly out of there completely ruined their relationship. They're trauma bonded. They shared the same experience at war, and a particularly extreme one. So I fucking hate how they already knew each other in the movies, and he was just selling this guy weapons. That had nothing to do with it. Rhodey was not involved in Tony's weapons sales. Rhodey was one of the main proponents that supported Tony pulling out of selling weapons after they got back because of their mutual traumatizing experience. And it wasn't until Tony was placed into a conservatorship for his alcoholism that Rhodey became War Machine. Because Tony, at that time, when he learned of the conservatorship, decided to destroy all of his Iron Man suits. He got fucking wasted and he just started demolishing them. Like, so that nobody would ever be able to reverse engineer it. Nobody would ever be able to use it. He didn't trust anyone else with this technology. There's a reason he never sold it. And there's a reason he never, like, lent any to the military or anything. He does not trust the government to have it. And when he gets in the conservatorship, who's going to take his fucking extreme weapons except for the government? So he started destroying all of his suits on this crazy fucking bender. And Rhodey shows up. And Rhodey talked him into keeping one intact. A single Iron Man suit. And Tony was like, I don't trust anyone with this. I don't even trust myself with this. Like his addiction was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And Rhodey's like, then trust me with it. And that's how he became fucking War Machine. Where in the movies is just like, okay, you can have a suit. Listen, being into comic book adaptations is very similar to being into musical adaptations. You lower your standards. Like, there's no better way to put it. I've watched musicals filmed on shitty fucking cell phones with people standing up and blocking the camera and stuff, like illegally filming Broadway performances. And I'm like, this is the best one I could find. And I stare at the screen for 4 hours. Like, you lower your standards. I wish they took the time to squeeze more of Tony's lore into the movies. Don't even get me started on the Hulk. I'll be talking about that till the end of the stream. But yeah, heroes who suck at being heroes are my favorite category of heroes. And it doesn't matter why they suck. They could suck because they're a selfish piece of shit. They could suck because they never learned better. They could suck because they literally don't have control over themselves when their superhero shit is happening. The shittier of a hero and the more they try, the more I love them. That's something to get about me. Yes, I find Superman really boring. Personally, I think DC has much better villains than heroes. And I think generally, I would say generally the opposite of Marvel. There's always exceptions, there's always outliers. But it's boring when somebody's good through and through and they're just vanilla and chill and whatever, and they have a wife and a dog and 2.5 kids. Like, I'm tired of it. The shittier somebody is at being a hero, the more they capture my interest. That's why the Hulk is my favorite. Elemental just said, yeah, fuck you, Mr. Incredible. And I'm inclined to agree. I didn't like The Incredibles. I didn't like it. That usually surprises people. But none of them are shitty heroes! Give me a shitty hero! Yeah, a lot of people think Tony's my favorite because I talk about him the most. He's actually my second favorite. But I talk about him more because his adaptations are better. Mrs. Incredible is not my type. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Syndrome is very realistic. In fact, that kind of the kind of rhetoric that he drove himself with has only been getting worse. Oh my god, Dion. Oh my god. I love Harley Quinn, but she never gets adapted well. Yeah, you're not wrong. They did get wild with some of the canon for that, considering the targeted audience was children. I actually still need to watch Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn because is there a version where I can just skip all the Joker scenes? Did somebody make that edit yet? I don't want to look at Jared Leto. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to. Oh my god. Dion, if you look up Tati Gabrielle on the show You, my god, is she my type. Yeah, I want to see her and Ivy being gay. I don't really We've gotten enough of the rest of the nonsense she's put up with. Just let her be happy. I just know Tati Gabrielle is freaking gorgeous. I would not be able to look her in the eye. I don't think I could be in the same room as her. And that's valid. And that's valid. She doesn't have to be your type. I think she's hot as fuck. I think she's ridiculously hot. I don't think I could be in the same room as her. I'd have a little gay heart attack and die right there on the floor. Tati Gabrielle, if you're watching this, don't message me. I'll just die. Just in case. You never know. You never know. This is gonna be on the internet forever. Eye contact is hit or miss for me. Sometimes I'm really good at it, sometimes I'm really bad at it. Those are like PTSD days when I'm not good at it. But I've done customer service and stuff long enough that I'm used to it. Plus, I think my eyes are pretty. I think they're my best feature. I wish you could see them better on camera. But my glasses and the glare and everything kind of makes that not so fun. Because I actually... this is gonna sound funny, but there's no better way to phrase it. I actually don't have autism. There's been like, a lot of my friends have autism. I relate a lot to people with autism. And my comorbidities of ADHD and PTSD can act a lot like autism. So a lot of people have gotten the misconception that I'm autistic, and they'll even like be talking about like their own autistic experience and then be like, but I'm sure you understand that. And I'm like, actually, um I relate in my own way, but I'm not actually autistic. Hey, that works. The forehead thing's a good trick. I've just gotten used to it after years and years and years of customer service myself. But sometimes I'll have an off day and I'll just like avoid people's eye contact. Yeah, and when you consider like PTSD as a way of avoiding contact and a few other things, and then you mix in the traits of ADHD, and ADHD and autism often are diagnosed together and seem to have links that I don't think we fully understand yet. It's interesting when you mix them together. It makes it seem very similar, and it's frequently misdiagnosed as autism. Um, but nope, that's just my brand. Gaze into their souls. Open your third eye. Yeah, like I I wouldn't be that shocked if like they did want to discuss diagnosing it with me, but I'm like pretty sure I don't. Yeah, you've been checking on the KKB songs lately. I like KKB. I think they're fun. I mean, I can't disagree with it. Because I am a video game music weeb nerd. Although I don't really watch anime anymore. I used to watch a lot of anime. I'm asking Liminal. Lim said A and did the little K heart. Synth pop, which is that's what I was thinking. That checks to me. I listen to a lot of weird shit like that though. They do vary a bit, like album to album, song to song. Some of their EPs they get really weird with. Yeah. Yeah, it's Diva. I'm always listening to like weird out there shit myself. Fuck yeah, man. I'm just like looking at this, seeing how I feel about it. Like this is also KKB. Ooh, shit. You gotta let me know how D&D went when we're done with the dishes. Well, how'd D&D go? Ooh, that sounds cool. Also, you're probably about to get hit by ads. Let me know if they skip you, because otherwise I don't wanna I'll just repeat myself after the ad break. Ooh, fuck yeah. And also thank you for letting me know. I didn't want you to miss what I was gonna say. Um Arena battle sounds fucking fun though. And infinite pockets, that's dope. Okay, I put the highlights at lighten at 50%. Ooh, that's really nice. Like I just usually am like fuck gold weight. I don't give a shit. You know? I don't feel like fucking tracking that. Ooh, shit. I mean, it sounds like a solid strategy. Okay, just made sure I had all the highlight layers set to the right settings. Yep. Yep. Yep, that'll do it. That's why you never turn a bag of holding inside out. Do it. Do it. This shit is good and you know it. Oh, they're so emo. That's the point. Joke's on you. I'm running the long con. That con is getting people into law dispute. And placebo. Specifically Americans for placebo, though. It's a little tour here. This is one of their new ones, too. You make it sound like I'm opposed to that. And not just, like, too broke for any of that shit. Oh, shit. I've inadvertently opened a hole to a portal where big things come out. That is a very obscure YouTube quote. They have a lot of songs about that kind of shit. Fuck yeah. Fuck them puny mortals up. This is still the same song, by the way. It's one of those. That's fucking crazy, Masky. Yeah, I don't think that'll work on somebody of that status. It's a clever idea, but I think it's just gonna end up killing the familiar. Not much else. Dude. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you're getting into like some big shit. I mean, dragons, it's in the fucking name. Hi, Hairless. Welcome back. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Hairless. Unreliable internet is very frustrating. If you can name this song without looking it up, then you're a real Fall Out Boy nerd like me. This is like deep Fall Out Boy lore shit. Yeah, Liminal's over here making fun of me, like, oh, it's gonna be Dance Dance. Dion, that's cheating. I said without looking it up. That counts as looking it up. They never released this song. They like deleted it and buried it, and people fucking found it somehow anyway. It got leaked or something. Nerd. Give him the old PP Wentz. Here. There. There you go. I'll even there. There. Yeah. Maybe because you could definitely do body shots off that. No, I did not make the leaf bigger. It's supposed to hide under the pants. That's the whole fucking point. Yeah, I don't think I have that one on here. I'm always adding more, though. We are up to, let me see. Right now, this playlist is 535 tracks. And this is supposed to be fucking, like, Grecian. So, actually, they thought small peepees are sexy as hell. So, you know, beauty standards. Get out of here with that shit. Listen, listen, listen. It's not my playlist, period. It's my playlist for this. And you know I've been trying to go for, like, a particular vibe and try to keep it generally more upbeat because it helps me, like, stay focused. Alright, there's the browse. Let me save. Let me take a sec to stretch. Needed that. My cat is here, but I don't know if she wants to come up or not. No, she's more interested in the box on the floor. Never mind. Oh, now you want to come back? Now you want to come up? Now that I put everything back? I swear she's fucking with me. There she is. Come on, Bean. Say hi. Say hi, Bean. She just wants to be in the way, I guess. Yeah? Hi, Beanie. At least show the people your face if you're going to be a little pain. Look over there. She just wants to be a hassle right now. She was trying to get my pizza. Beanie. Beanie. Okay. That was Beanie's Streamly interruption. Real men fight naked. Okay, now we have a toggle blush. You will be able to blush, yes. Look, this is no blush. That's blush. It'll look better when it's when it's in the official program, when I can clip it to layers regardless of the layer order. Oh my gosh. You can also tie it to expressions, so if you wanted, you can have like a subtle blush whenever you smile. Okay, I'm making a folder called effect layers. Blush is one of them. The shiny layers are gonna go in there too. I need to pee, so I'm gonna run ads a little early so I can run to the restroom. I got you, man. I'm gonna give you like the best shit that I can fucking possibly manage. But first, I'm running to the restroom, so I'll be back in 3 minutes, guys. We're just gonna take a little ad break. You won't miss nothing. All right, I'm back. Just give me 1 second here. Zoop does think you're gay. That dude, that made me laugh so fucking hard. And he was like, "You're straight? No, no." Like this shit had me fucking rolling, man. I'm even like in there like backing you up, like no, honestly, he's straight. And Zoop's like, "You're lying. You've teamed up to fuck with me." Like, that should give me a good laugh, dude. Yeah, honestly. Like I'm planning this shit or something. Nah, I just show up and fuck with him. Me too. Me too, but people don't really know what non-binary means in my case, or like even if you're like if you have tomboy aspects to you or something like that, they'll fucking accuse you of being gay. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild what some people equate with like sexuality. Yeah, I make things. I'm the maker. Gender? Who's she? Never met her. I gotta like think about this. Because based on how it moves, it's gonna play over the jewelry. Dude, fuck yeah. Ooh, sorry, I had to take my meds. If any of y'all have forgotten to take your meds, here's a reminder to do so. Okay, those are masks, and they're going to hide the inside of the mouth when the lips are closed and make sure it only reveals when the lips are open. So right now they look silly as fuck, but that's because they're not set up how they're meant to be yet. I just was I made them in a very bright color so that they're really hard to miss. Um and so that I make sure I set them correctly. And they will mask the inside of the mouth from showing what it's not supposed to. Mhm. Mhm. Hey, Donut, do you want to come on stream now? Could we get a double kitty this stream? He's just looking at me with those big old eyes. Nope. Nope. Again, the box. The box. The box is priority. Just trying to get my leftover sliced pizza. Those are masks I'm going to use for revealing the nose when it turns side to side. Pepperoni. So we've made a blush layer, we've made masking layers to hide things when we don't want them visible. We've made shiny layers that are going to be clipped to the jewelry, and they're going to kind of move to make it look like the way they shine is catching the light at different angles. We did some more highlighting and shading on the hair that makes it look more natural, although I'm probably going to fuck around with that some more. We did the eyebrows. We need to do the arms. And we need to shade the red detail on his clothes. Whoa, Zoob, hi. Hello. Hi, everybody. Oh, did you finally beat it? Did you beat it? You thought it was over? You you still didn't beat it? Yeah, it kind of drags on, doesn't it? Hi, everyone. Okay, without spoiling it, did you do the ritual? I'm trying to ask how far you are without spoiling it, because I saw PK beat it. You did the ritual. Okay, there's not a ton left after. I mean, there's still a good bit after that, but I don't know. That seemed to be everybody's like highlight of it, I guess. I don't know. It seems like kind of a drag to me. Yeah. Yeah. I don't it is. So since I've already seen the ending, I already like know what's going on. And I really want to talk to Zoob what it's done to get Zoob's opinion then. Yeah. 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 It's a lot of like running away and dealing with weapons breaking. And there's a lot of like needless forced combat. Like, why is there arena shit in a Silent Hill game? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know. But welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me already, my name is Jet, and I use they, them pronouns, and I am a multimedia artist. Tonight, we are working on a VTuber for Dion. Oh, God. 2.5 out of 10. That's real low. That's real low. I'm Jet. That's my name. It's been in my about this entire time, if any of you didn't know that already. Yo, no worries, Zoob. No worries. I was watching Chrono. I think he beat it the other night, but I fell asleep right around the end because I was so fucking tired. Hairless. Hairless, I've had a camera for months now. Yeah. Most people don't seem to read that stuff. So I feel like a lot of people don't even know that that's my name. Like, but yeah, the end really drags out. There's a lot of needless forced combat. It's a whole thing. Oh my god, guys. I don't like. What am I even supposed to say to that? Whatever. Yeah, this is the VTuber we've been working on for Dion. We need to make his toggle arms, but we're pretty much done with the majority of the rest of it. There's a lot of weird masking layers and shit hiding, too. Good night, Incarna. Thank you so much for stopping in. And I figure Zoob's probably going to be dipping out soon, too. But if you need, like, to sit here for a little bit and cool off after getting super pissed at fucking Silent Hill F, then I understand that. Yeah, good night, dude. Get some sleep. Yeah, so we're gonna have to do the arms still, but we got the eyebrows done, we got the blush done, we got the hair pretty solid, we got the shiny layers, and we got the masks. Yeah, and it's one of those ones where you're supposed to replay it multiple times to get like all the endings, and I'm like, I don't know. I've seen really mixed opinions on it. I'm not. I don't really play horror games in the first place though, so. Well, I gotta check that out in the fucking VOD. Goddamn. Yeah. It kind of it walks you into the first ending, and then you're supposed to play it again for the next endings. And I hear the replays is shorter and give you like new context and stuff, but like I don't know. You haven't been you've been slogging through it. I don't think you want to do that to yourself. I just I don't know. I the ending kind of had me like, I have thoughts. I want to run these thoughts past somebody because they're bouncing around in my brain now. So I kind of want when you finish it to like just ask what you think about certain things. But thank you again for the raid, dude. You have a great night. Yeah. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Like the end kind of explains it, and I'm like, oh, I guess I get it now. I guess. I feel like there were a lot better ways to do this, but I guess. Yeah, that's I don't know. Good night, Zoob. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Okay, so I love you platonically too. um Dion, I was gonna give you two sets of arms that you can toggle between. And I was thinking one that's like a relaxed pose and one that's like holding either like a bottle and a shot glass or like a cup and a rag or like shaker cups. Um I mean, there's a lot of okay. So I'm sure you've seen toggle arms on VTubers before. A very common example is they'll have the hand holding a gun threateningly as a toggle, and you just like set it to a button, and you press that button to toggle those arms. Um, hold on. So like, you'll have a set of hands that are just like neutrally posed, and then this will be attached here, and the canvas is gonna cut it off, but we'll be able to like have arms out, have arms down. Dicks. And you'll have hands. They won't be like tracking because frankly fucking most programs don't even have finger tracking, and most computers aren't going to be able to run that anyway. So we'll give you two sets of arms. One will just be like a simple pose, something like this, where they can just be like chilling at your side when your arms are down, which is going to be done when it's rigged. That would be like, something like that, just chilling. And then we'll have a second set of arms where it can be like aimed inward, and you're like holding a glass or something. I was trying to think of like I was trying to think of like bartendery stuff that I could, use in the mix. Also, I mean I could just like anyway, before I get to West. Obviously this is just quickly scratched together. It's gonna be like it's gonna match the rest of it, obviously. Oh my god. Oh, of course that got clipped. At least I'm getting clips. Honestly, in terms of a quick sketch, this is pretty proportionate to the body. I gotta tweak it a little bit. It's not perfect, but it's pretty darn close. Also, thank you, Hairless. I'm saving right now. Thanks, Dion. Thank you for the clip. So what do you think? If I give you two sets of arms, one in a relaxed neutral pose is an obvious choice. And then we could give you like some kind of bartending accessory for the second set of arms. Hell, it could be anything you wanted. If you want to be like threateningly holding a gun or like have like a lime and a knife or some shit like that. The show Archer, yeah. I haven't watched it in a long time though. So if it's a niche reference, it might go over my head. Also, Hairless, you can just type in exclamation point clip. I have a clip command that'll do it for you. With like that grip. You can't see my with my glove. You can't see my fingers well. Yeah, I can do that. Oh my gosh. So do you want that as like your like go-to pair of arms, claw gripping like a whiskey tumbler? Um or do you want like a neutral pair and a pair holding a whiskey tumbler? Oh, in my Discord? I guess I don't have a clip page, huh? I post them all on YouTube and stuff too, though. Like, they're easy to find. I probably should make a clip page on my Discord. I can do that real quick while you're getting back to me. Okay, there's a clips page, now. It's, I'm gonna put it right under chat. Yeah, that works. Damn, that was quick. Neutral and glass. Okay. Do you want something in the other hand that doesn't have the glass, since that's just a one-hand thing? I think that might get you TOS'd. Listen, listen. If you want me to draw that, I will, but I'll do it off stream. And when you get TOS'd for it, you're not allowed to blame me. Google man's arm relaxed. Images. That is not relaxed. Okay. If you pick something else that you want, you know, hands and arms, they're I'm not going to finish that in the next hour. So if you pick something else you want in between, let me know. Okay, that's a good reference. Let's use that. Not tonight. A Zoob plushie. That'd be cute as fuck. Is it because of the song or because of the hair? I feel that's a valid question. It's a good song. Dope. Glad you like it. I like texturing leather. There's something very satisfying about drawing leather. All right, that's looking pretty decent, I think. Oh, there's my alarm to turn off raids now that it's getting late. All right, let's do that. No. You can watch me live drawing these fingies right now. Ain't no AI in these fingies. I think that looks pretty good. This is Math Rock, yes. This is Chan. I think that's a pretty solid hand for how quickly I did that. Now you can see him a little better. Good to know. I think the cats would be pretty perplexed. They are pretty cuddly. Bean doesn't like strangers, though. That looks pretty solid. Damn. Hands usually take me a bit longer, is all. Do you want like nail polish or anything? Also, yeah, what's up? Oh, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, got you. Dion, that's not targeted. My day was good. I was I was mostly like fucking around in I was fucking around in Live 2D to try and like refresh a little bit before I start doing this again. I didn't get a ton done. It is like a slow going process. More math rock. It's I don't want to say tedious. I feel like meticulous. is a good word. I think that looks pretty solid. I don't want them to be too long because that would be like really impractical for a bartender. So I went like short practical nails. Yeah. Yeah, I think it helps that I've worked behind a bar. I mean, I bar backed more than bartended, but I've worked at a bar at least. So that's the base hands, and then do you want like a fancy whiskey glass or like a simple one? Fair enough. Kimuri. I'll look that up. That's bringing up some different styles, but they're generally slightly okay, Kimura. Okay. Yeah, they're generally a little bit narrower at the bottom than at the top, as opposed to straight edges. They're slanted slightly. But otherwise, yeah, these don't have any like these don't really have etchings or anything like fancy like that. So does that sound about right? Alternately, you could just send me a picture on Discord if you wanted something specific. Sure, sure. My glove is like not sliding nicely right now, and it's causing problems for me. That was a little better. But it auto saved, and that made it lag. That's dope. Do you want it like with the shapes in the bottom and stuff, or just like that basic shape of glass? Gotcha. Do you want the initial on it too, or should I just do the glass like edging, etching, edging? Wow, etching. I was thinking of the word bevel, which is like edge stuff at the same time. Oh no. probably gonna be like working on some of my own stuff if I'm not getting a lot of commissions. Some of my D&D characters and some of the stuff for like my campaign and shit. I thought it might be fun to like draw some maps and stuff. I can absolutely do that too. I might even like make my own VTuber, not necessarily to use, but just to study and like have in my portfolio an extra one. Dude, you are not a hassle at all. Like, please, whatever you want, just hit me up. I know we wanted to do your VTuber design first though, because we wanted like a basis for the faces. Any face emotes we do. Yeah, because like especially because like the more subs you get, the more emote slots you unlock. So it's like you always need more fucking emotes. Even I actually have several slots open that I've been meaning to make some new ones for, and I was sketching some designs for them. I just haven't gone digital with it yet. You can check under your creator dashboard. I think it's under viewer rewards. I feel like it mostly be cartoon stuff with her. Xena, hi. Oh, geez. I hope it's a decent time at um. What? That's weird. Why is it shouting you out? It should have auto shouted out Xena anyway. I don't know why it did that. Oh gosh. Whoa, what racing class are you playing? What's your build? Oh geez. Yeah. Send me pics later. I'm gonna be wrapping up right after I finish these fingernails. Oh, Zena, that's so cool. Make sure you send some of it to us because I would love to see. I don't think I've ever seen traditional art from you. Yeah, so you gotta get a little portfolio going on. You got this. You have great design skills. Ayo, Pippin. We're just wrapping up. Alright, that's where I'm gonna leave that for now, because it's getting too late. I'm like, oh, I'm like 3 details away from being done for like an hour now, so I need to stop. It's getting too late. But I'm just gonna spruce up that glass a little bit with some shiny marks and stuff. I think it's coming along pretty well. I think that looks pretty nice, right? I'm just gonna copy the glass over, because I did like some stuff that didn't reflect properly. Yeah, I'm saving. Thank you. Alright, that's saving now. I'm gonna find somebody to raid, and we're gonna head out. Because it is late. Hey, Sassy's on. How about we go raid Sassy? Alright, I'm all saved up. All I really need to do is, like, spruce up the glass a little bit by making it look a bit shinier. And then the art portion of this is, like, pretty much done. There's a couple things I might add as I'm tweaking around with rigging, like some extra shadows to manipulate and stuff. But this is like 99% at least finished at this point. Just little details that are gonna take me not very long at all. So that's pretty dope. We're gonna get set up to raid Sassy. Thank you guys so much for hanging tonight. There's the raid message. If y'all don't mind grabbing that, I'd really appreciate it. I'm just gonna wrap up and raid Sassy straight away since we're up a little late. I hope you guys have a great night. I will see you on Thursday with more BG3, and we'll be back Friday to beat Deltarune. It's going to be the last stream of that. So I hope you guys have a great night. I'll see you then.